Hello. Currently, I am still setting up my stream for a little bit for 2 minutes, but how's it going? No reason I'm going on my second channel. Okay. This is your second channel. Okay, cool. Right now I'm just trying to share my stream on separate social medias. You like my profile picture? Yeah. I mean, I'll check that out in a bit, but looks okay from the small eye view. I mean, how many channels do you have? I'm curious, why you have so much? That's like a lot. Don't question the door one. I am already questioning that in my mind right now. So I'm like screaming confused. Do you like roleplay as Dora or something? I'm sorry. It just you don't question the door one. You kind of now make me question it. So. No. Alright. It's very weird to have an account named Dora. Just a troll account. Okay. So what are you drawing today? I'm resuming where I left off in my character concept sheet. I'm in like the coloring phase of it. So I'm getting close to finishing that. I gotta share 2 more Discords and I should be done. And I can pull up my screen. Okay, that would be good for now. Alright. Switch over here. Okay, now we're here. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yesterday I was trying to add an PCI SSD port for my gaming laptop, but then I accidentally got the wrong one. It was an NVMe, and I had to redo double research to make sure to get a SATA one. So now I have the part, something that I'll have to repurpose from the other SSD that I bought, but I'll have to get like a SATA version of it later. But thank you so much for my work in progress so far. So I'm kind of a little bit upset at myself for a separate thing I was working on that I thought I can just like make my gaming laptop a bit more accessible with using the SSD instead of spinning the disk. But oh well, it's half my fault that I'm working with a ASUS laptop. I wish I could draw like you. I mean, yeah, thank you, but yeah, this took a lot of time and skill to eventually get to this point. But yeah, it's gonna take. Yeah, it took me like basically years. But if you go to my like past Instagram images, I mean, some of them are still. I think my older ones are still present, but not all of them. Some of them are archived, but you can see like if there's a gap between where my art style shifted. Alright, anywho, I think I was using a brush here. Thank you. Yeah, for right now, I'm just trying to get myself distracted with a little bit of subject, so I'm hoping like streaming can help me not think about my mistakes with the with getting the wrong SSD, which I had to do major research to understand the difference between SATA and PCIe and VME. But no worries, I'm learning. I mean, for that laptop was like 2015, so there was a lot of complaints back then between having the confusion of being an NVMe or a SATA, which 2 years later, when making newer models of that 2015 ASUS laptop, it had a sticker on say SATA only because they didn't really label it properly. Yeah, I helped design video game once. I did a part of the art in that video game. Oh, that's cool. Oh, hi Schmuckleberry, how's it going? Yeah. What video game did you work on, or was that confidential? Happy fun day Sunday. Yes, today is Sunday. I was so a fan game of FNAF. Oh, cool. Yeah, fan games in FNAF is like really, really good. Yeah, I love the FNAF fan games. I usually just watch them on YouTube and watch just basically YouTubers react. I mean, the most latest people that are making FNAF fan game YouTube videos is more of the I think the YouTuber Plenty. He just like I've subscribed to him when he was around 50k. Then after that, he just like blew up. Can you play the password game? If it's a FNAF game, then maybe. curve, and I'll just give it a texture. Oh, did I miss a spot in the mask? I can edit that. Yes, I did. I'll just change colors here. Black, and then next I'll just paint it over it. And it will just seamlessly delete itself. Right around this area. And then next I'll have this space. Yeah. And I'll just remove this section over here. Alright, that should be good enough. Yeah, okay, cool. I don't allow hyperlinks in live stream, so I'm sorry, so no, you can't send that there. I want to see if my fake gold texture do. I'll probably leave it as it is. Oh wait, maybe this will do. Yeah, that's fine. And I'll have it like a slight tint going on there. Alright, we're good. I think the next, I'm probably going to use the same color for the for the underbelly. Yeah, let's do that. I'm just creating a layer for that. Or underbelly, so I can remember. Because I want to keep these color palettes as similar as possible. My favorite song, You Wish by Felina Boss. Oh, cool. Yeah, I play a lot of no copyright sounds. This is Marlene and Greg Avon, Like You. Enter, yeah, definitely the reason why I'm keeping at least majority of color palettes definitely reusable. Helps me whenever I do substance painting. It gets very complicated if you have so many variants of greens. I mean, while some of them could be reusable without noticing any value changes. But I'll find that out when I do the black and white test. Yeah, a lot of you like copyright, no copyright sounds. I was thinking about finding another royalty-free music that I could be able to play that on both Twitch and YouTube, but NCS is like very compatible on almost any streaming platform, so I'm thinking I'm gonna stick around with it, because I would like to play like somewhat of a more of the techno-ish feel like, and maybe some classical music, but heavy metal is also one of my faves. But I kind of like techno heavy metal, which is probably cyberpunk. But I do see that there's one that I can play, but I'll have to, like, every description in Twitch or YouTube, I have to put down the person's name of that song. Which, it's possible for me to do, but it's just very time consuming to constantly change the description, which I have it, like, set it by default. The Capybara song, 10 Hours. Never heard of that song. I swear your duck emoji is very suggestive there, Smuckle. But I do love the Bob Ross hat. My fourth favorite song is Revenge by Fan Feels. That concludes the list of my favorite songs. Cool. I have like, I like Kevin Manti, Two Steps from Hell, Linkin Park, let's see, what else? I do like John Williams' work for sure, but that's in the top song artists I can think of. Oh yeah, I do like the electro suit theme for that was made by Hans Zimmer from the Amazing Spider-Man 2. That has like a lot of tension and character development with that theme. I'm going to sing part of every song that I like in order. Okay.
Wherever love goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm
My favorite song. It has no copyright. Not in a moment, but I'll check it out later, like off stream.
my love, it grows with the memories like a symphony. And you and I, we got history, yeah. And when you're alone, do you say my name? Or you say her name? Yeah. My love, it grows with the memories like a symphony. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep, and you and I, we got history, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, a lot of non-copyright sounds existed since around 2012 or 11. I used to use some of them a lot in my intros when I was a teenager for just for gaming stuff, like playing video games and Minecraft. Just want to see if this is connecting. This should be. Alright, let me change this one to. There we go. Let me lower this down. Alright, there we go.
Sitting lonely in my room again, trying to find the words to say, but nothing comes out. I am looking for the better days, seem like they just stay away whenever I try. There's so many things that I keep in my mind. My friends keep me out and it hurts every time. With all the emotions I built up inside, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be
Yeah, I always have to play with the numbers to fill Paint Bucket depending what kind of ejectors or tools I'm using it for. Like for this moment, I think this would be better for the, because they have 3 different ways of how to use it. It's more the algorithm itself.
sitting lonely in my room again, acting like I'm innocent. Why do I try?
Boom. Okay.
'Cause now I'm feeling like a fool again,
Fill it in
thinking I can fool myself by
nicely.
telling me lies. When there's so many things that I keep in my mind, I hang around people I don't even like. If they can be happy and walk with a smile, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time.
Okay, no need to do that one. And then I can, yeah, these three. It should be fine.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me.
Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
She's fed love, but the money's elastic. She's fed love, and she knows that I gotta be trusted. She's fed love, but the money's elastic. She's fed love, and she knows that I gotta be trusted. She's fed love.
Maybe you can draw my character in your style. If you don't, and busy, that's okay. Yeah, I do have like other projects going on, so with this too, so I would say not right now at the moment. Sorry.
Careful with your pretty eyes and run with me, yeah. 'Cause you and I are a secret. Feel my drift against your skin. 'Cause honestly, let's hold our breath. This is so real. Just you and me, let's escape, girl, tonight. Careful with your pretty eyes and run with me, yeah. 'Cause you and I are a secret. Feel my drift against your skin. 'Cause honestly, let's hold our breath. This is so real. Just you and me, let's escape, girl, tonight. Up all night by myself, trying to figure ways to you. Your voice stuck in my brain, we never got to see it through. And I know I feel more pain if we're speaking truth. 'Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? just don't know. Just don't know. Looking back at our time, hoping that we did it right. And give me any reason to call you up late at night. And we know it's for the best, I won't put up a fight. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so long? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so long? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know.
Here comes for keys.
The snow is falling on our car as we drive for miles to that little town called home. Tinsel hangs from every corner of the house, and Christmas lights shine bright through the cold evening fog. And I hear sleigh bells bouncing off the halls as the church choir sings along. Feel my heart melt when you walk through those doors for Christmas. You're all I want. All I wanted was you. All I wanted was you. All I wanted was you. Christmas cheer and drinks with friends we haven't seen for a while. Since I've been to that little town called home. Pine tree dressed up with every ornament we got, and stockings hung with no overflowing from the top. And I hear sleigh bells bouncing off the halls as the church choir sings along. Feel my heart melt when you walk through those doors for Christmas. You're all I want. All I wanted was you.
Oh sweet, more duck emojis with... Ooh. Yeah. You got like many different varieties of anime emojis. It's cool. Yeah, I'm on her, painting her teeth right now. I usually don't go full white. I have like a slight color of that's close to white, but it's kind of like close to what teeth is, because it's always kind of slightly it's called slightly stained, because it's never, nothing's never truly purely white or black. It's right now I'm just using FF6E2. We're pretty much close enough. Just bored, LOL. No worries, you can lurk and stuff. You could just play Minecraft while you watch my stream and just check back and forth, because totally understand if it, and if this is the type of art streams is just like it's a lot of work in progress that someone's doing, but then it's such a short or long amount of time, there may be some frequent changes to it, but totally understandable. But sometimes also having conversations can help too. I mean, probably after this stream, I'm gonna probably go on Pokemon Island server and just play some Minecraft Pokemon. I have no personality. No worries. I am most of the time an introvert. I mean, I can speak, I can have conversations, but I'll be more interested into other interesting conversations that I might feel like I want to talk about, but I don't know, it's just I get more comfortable talking to someone once I get to know them more. But I just rather be the quiet person and just analyze and just learn about them secretly before I start feeling more confident just to talk. I mean, talking about people with I have no personality or a question in personality, that is in a way a conversation, because we're just talking about ourselves or what some things that we prefer not to develop a conversation, because we're more just silent just to like to look at stuff, or just theoretically bored surfing the web, so you have something in the background running. More or less, I think my content's going to be more like, alright, I stream live art, but then yet, if you're somewhere out there in the middle of the night looking for something that like I fell asleep on, I'll probably be your best like screensaver while streaming. It's better to see like an artist working while you're just about to fall asleep. Because it's so like melatonin, like not like something gaming active is going on. It's just something you're just seeing that it's some art is being like built up gradually, and you just have something staring on the screen like bird watching. Honestly, not a bad idea because I didn't know in the past that I just watched some Blender sculptor when if I need to get somewhere to sleep, and I just watched him and just like, oh cool, and I just fell asleep. And I woke up and I'm all of a sudden in a different content realm where just my Roku just like went to hibernation mode because I didn't do anything. On this channel. You mean on Discord or something? I mean, I'm not sure how chat can send images. On channels, there's a community post. Oh, really? Oh, is that something? That must be that new YouTube thingy. Let me see. I mean, oh. Ah, I see. Okay, then yeah, I'll have to. Alright, interesting. Thanks for pulling that out. That would be very helpful, actually, for people who subscribe to me on YouTube instead of not using Discord all the time. Okay. Okay, cool. That's something new. I can even do polls and quiz me. I would say since you're a beginner, I would just look for any other like stuff you can first practice on in Navity or in the beginning, or try to do some practice sketches from there. Then look for other fundamentals, how other techniques to build shape and form, and then later apply it to your OCs at the current moment. But so far, it seems like you're interested in chibi art styles, so you may want to look into chibi art styles and how they accomplish it. I've forgotten. I mean, how old are you? Because it seems like you're very young. So if that's how long you've been drawing, then I'd say that's totally fine. I mean, back when I was a kid, I used to draw still like doodles and something close enough to this, but it wasn't chibis or anime. It was more of a doodles and stick figures, and also some simple circular shapes. But I've been probably had that going for like pretty much a good several years before some point after middle school I started to take more art seriously. But my age is none, yeah. Okay. But I would say it takes time, so I would say just find other ways to help maybe somewhere around that which area that you want to practice to for the fundamental specifically for that style, because it seems like you like anime a lot. But I love Chibi, it's so cute. Okay. Yeah, but I think that there's some styles in Chibis that are very similar to anime and manga, due to how they gesture the face out, for sure. But the anatomy, shapes, and forms are completely different. But they very have a similar formula genre face to that kind of style. So maybe you can also just reference their face design to see learn how they, certain expressions come out of it. And just practice face cuttering, how other design for that. Because I looked on your United Korea account for that. I think that's recent. All achievements save song, life goes on. Cool. Some actions and onions. Very interesting concept with life as in goes with onions and stuff, for sure. Because each layer is a slight degrade of how many years you probably have to like live left, but yet you don't know when you're gonna die. I could die tomorrow, I could live longer than that, because you can't really guess the odds of survivability. And other factors in psychologically. The wonders of life. Personally, what would you rate my drawing? Personally, I don't like to rate things. I feel rating can be can set things like false positive information. So, but I do like giving people feedback. I go after literally in every FNAF game except FNAF 4. Arson, pretty much. Yeah, that dude just find every excuses to make judgment calls to. I mean, twists his own judgment of words just to find an excuse to kill somebody. Basically justifying what he's doing. Hello, Screwy Hoax. How's it going? I'm more of a... The stream's mostly English, so... Fortunately, I do not speak that. I'm from Brazil. I ended up falling here by a parachute. LOL. How high were you falling? From outer space, crashing like a meteor and smoothly landing with a parachute. Pretty epic stuff. Probably gonna do something in the background here. Yeah, I'm gonna make the background gray, so whenever I have color palettes and maybe some lighter colors can be easily seen. So I'll do that. So for now, I'll use black. However, I'll lighten it up. Yeah, this would make sense. We'll go with this for now. Seeable in the... yeah. I think that would be a good background. So if I'm using any light color palettes, I can just see it. Ooh. I want to move this like, not over here, unfortunately. Close this up here. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. So whenever I hit that, yeah, the layout will be good.
Could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you'll just let it out. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. my wall saying that you better turn around. Wouldn't be the first to try to burn me down. Your move, you do. Would you love me at my worst? Feel like coffins in the dirt. Try to break me like a curse. You know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd. Dancing
All right.
anyone can love a pretty little mansion.
I probably won't need any texture servitude because I think this would be good enough for that. Conceptually wise. Sometimes when things get close, it feels like pixel art.
Anyone can love a pretty little mansion.
Yeah, it doesn't need any texture. Ooh, I like the eyeball thingy doodly doot. Yeah. Do you mean the eyeball design for V? How the scope is for V? Half tones the way I did it. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, for the aliens, I kind of like have some kind of like cat eyes going on. Because how it's like ovally over there. And for the iris, I just faked it with like some kind of texture that kind of have some iris aspects. The one at the corner. The one at the corner. Okay. Let's try to see which corner. The top left corner, the bottom left corner, the top right corner, or the bottom left corner from here. The right, okay. Which one? Is it the top or down? Oh, on mobile, so it looks different. Really? Is it very tiny for you to see? I mean, you're on phone, so no matter. Ooh, thought it was an eyeball. Yeah, those. This is an eyeball. That's an eyeball. This is an eye. These are eyeballs too, but this all in all has a pupil because she's showing an expression of anger. The black and purple. Oh, those are the tattoos. I on purposely 2D laid them out because if I'm ever going to Substance Paint, if I create alphas out of it, it will be easy to extract from this source of image, and I can easily just paste it like a sticker on the 3D model. And this, unintentionally, I did some paint textures all over it, so it would make sense for the style when I paste it on the arm. Thought it was a one-eyed creature. Interesting. Well, I intentionally made the tattoos very minimalism, so it's more open creative to think about what the tattoos means and stuff like that. Because personally, when I was thinking of making a tattoo minimalism design over here, kind of felt like almost like a bladed snake dragon-like. Because you got the tail kind of wiggling around here, but you kind of got these small wings and you kind of got the beak or the head back over here. But it's intentionally simplified because it's more like I want people to guess how they feel when they feel if they see these tattoos, how they feel impressionized to that. I'll possibly just make a story lore behind them in the future, but not really so much. I have to really think about that. But at the moment, it's more like I'm so out of it. LOL. It's more like, what do you assume behind these tattoos? It's much more fun with that. But that's kind of interesting that you felt that this kind of looked like an eye a little bit. I can totally see that because that could be could be some kind of iris over there, leeching onto there. Interesting perspective, by the way. For sure. I mean, for the moment, if it is kind of rotate a little bit over here, it kind of looks like some kind of ghast-like, in a way. Gotta keep that on. I almost forgot to do one thing. Add the palette color here. Because I used it. It would make such a cool sticker tag too. Yeah, for sure. Oh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Who knows? If I want to, I could reuse it for Redbubble, but lately Redbubble hasn't been quite greedy lately from other people who make content on Redbubble, because it has something to do with taking a piece of revenue out, but much more. And you can look it up. It's like kind of bad. But I have the theory that the reason why they did that is because since AI art exists, it's more common now to people post out like t-shirts using AI art. So due to quantity's sake, they feel like they need more piece of that pie. But that's my theory. Oh, I'm being raided. Party of 4. Well, welcome you all. Welcome to my art stream. And also, thank you, definitely thank you for the follow, Josvato. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, see, that's why I kind of made the background kind of a little bit gray, so, because I felt like the plain white would just kind of be hard to see this whenever I'm color picking in Substance. Yeah. And if I have like basic, yeah, Substance Painter can like color pick on your screen too, so it's not limited what's inside the program. And I do use Pure Ref, but I'm not showing it. You usually don't, because sometimes if I ever drawn something and if I have something on Pure Ref that could not be suggested to on Twitch or YouTube, I have to keep that private sometimes because it's good. It's a good reference tool, I would say. And thank you for the follows. This is amazing. Even though I'm like kind of multi-stream, I kind of wonder like which one would beat it out the most. Like, would it be YouTube or Twitch? And to see how well that works for my art stuff over there. But unfortunately, I can't test it with TikTok yet until I reach to like 1,000 followers. And I do have a format layout already preset, but I'm using it also to clip for shorts that I can repost to get my art out there faster. Yeah. Eventually, once I hit that milestone of 1,000 followers, for sure I'll have a stream set up for this too. Yeah, I've been working on this character concept sheet for quite around a while, for like over a month. So, but I could have just like stopped with these over here, but I have reasons why I need these extra poses, because I do have a sketch laid out specifically for the VFX stuff, but I have it like hidden right now. in a moment, but once I get back to it, I'll paint it around. And just paint out conceptually how I want the VFX to be. But I also kind of needed to see how it would look good when I'm posing it around. Because sometimes when you're 3D modeling stuff, there's a greater chance that you still need to slightly change things over the design just to make sure it's manageable in 3D modeling wise when designing characters. And armor can be very tricky too. Because when you're making so much armor around certain things, it would have to make sense where all form sides would have to not feel like it's not going to collide to each other or just not look awkward if it's just like, if the mesh is just like going through each other. So this also just going to help me benefit me. Plus, I do like drawing too, so I like doing that both too. Alrighty. Turns out maybe I'll have a good day, because yesterday I kind of had a bad day figuring out why my NVMe is not supported to an ASUS laptop. It's an older laptop, like 2015. And apparently I figured out the BIOS was supported in SATA, so I have to eventually get a SATA SSD instead of a NVMe 2, but it does support PCI. I mean, an M2 support, not PCI. My bad, because PCI is part of it. So that kind of sucks. But I'll repurpose that over SSD because I got it like on a really good deal for that. Are you making a game? Not necessarily, but I'm making a game toy character, which basically what it is just that I basically just create a character, model it whatever I want with it. Then after that, after I do many rigorous processing with to figure out how to do animation first time in Blender and animation as a whole for 3D, I would have to put it in Unreal, and then I'll have to get that working, and then I have to think about along the way, just for fun, what game mechanics I'd like to add for this character, just to have fun playing around with it. So I'm making my own toy character just to mess around in an Unreal editor. And this project I'm taking my time on it, so I'm not rushing this through. And plus I have like other projects and other two or less semesters to go to just to work on other things in 10 weeks. Because the semesters I go to, it's just like you only get 10 weeks to work on it, and that's it. Which I feel like, personally, if I want to get like a really good quality portfolio, I need to have at least one project that I'm just like, don't like put any deadlines to it. Just basically have one project that you really want to have fun with and spend a lot of time on it and just have fun. So I felt like, okay, maybe when I'm like working on this kind of personal project, I can have something for Twitch and YouTube for long-term wise. So this is just a gradual thing, so I'm not expected to like get this done by the next day or two. It's something that maybe you guys can actually go lurk and just watch and to see the progress, how it develops over time. Because it's nice to see something like develop, like by milestone, which I find that really fun a lot to watch on YouTube and also watch on stream. And every game has their own game toy characters. I mean, if you have, like, for example, Crash Bandicoot, your character moves around left to right. It does jumping. It does break blocks. You can spin dash people. Same thing with Spider-Man. That's itself is a game toy character because you can swing, you can beat people up, and fight against crime. So that's itself is a game toy character. even Nathan Drake Uncharted is a Game Boy character because you get to play as him and actually play as him. So technically, that's a Game Toy character. That's fun. Because if I was going to make a full-fledged game, it would something that would take, like, depending on the scope, it would take a long time. And I'm currently technically not making a game, but I'm just making something like a Game Toy character at least. Because when technically what is a Game Toy character is just it's something that you can play as and do whatever you want. Based on experience and what game mechanics you want to do with it. But who knows, it may change over time. But however, I do have one game that I'm currently working on, but as a side project for someone else that I'm in a group with, but we're taking our time developing pre-production and stuff like that. So I thought maybe my own solo project that I'm just basically making some character art would just be fun on Twitch or YouTube. I'm going to try to make a game from scratch. Good luck, cool. Yeah, but if you want to like a fast pace scope wise for making a small short game, usually 2D games are pretty much a bit more faster than 3D games, because depending on the scope of your art style, how you want the 3D models to be, that could take you for like longer days to work on the project. Hello, Minio Porco. How's it going? I mean, literally like Scratch, like coding engine. Oh. Okay, so game tech stuff. But you still have to consider like art style too. Because I know Unreal Engine does have C++ if you're not interested in doing blueprints, but I think Game Maker Studio 2 has their own ways of coding too, instead of using blueprints. So what am I drawing? I'm drawing a character concept sheet for my IOC, because I'm going to make a 3D version of her and develop some cool Unreal Engine shader that's close enough to my art style for 2D. Yeah, and if you're curious about my 3D stuff, I have it on ArtStation separately, but you won't find that on Instagram or Twitter or DeviantArt, because I have that separately with other things. Because I do 2D art just for fun, but I also kind of want something something new with my 3D art portfolio. So I thought, ooh, why not just give it a whirl, trying to combine my my personal 2D art style for illustration that I developed as a hobby, and just give it a whirl to see if I can do it for 3D. Cool. Yeah. Alright, I'm hoping that I have high confidence that it'll eventually turn out great. I just need to trust in the process for sure. Like trusting the force. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going back a few tweaks because I felt like, oh wait, I missed the teeth there. So every once in a while I'll probably miss something, but that's normal. Now, for the mouth inner, like over here that I'm doing for colors, I'm not gonna have a color palette for that because by default, I think most of the mouth coloring would be so similar to how humans' mouths are. Except for the tongue, I'm gonna have a separate color for that, for the color palette. Because her tongue is yellow. And have some veins texture going on. Speaking of 2D games, I help make Five Nights at Freddy's 2D animation studio. Named Five Nights. Wait, Five Nights at 2D. There was an emoji block in it, the emoji options where you could just spam it. At 2D animation studios. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, because you were making some fan games. I know they have a mod or actually a game editor that you can make. Or something, there was a game editor that you can make your own FNAF. When you started drawing this project, or when I started drawing as a whole. I mean, theoretically, everyone started drawing when everyone's in kindergarten, but to technically count where I start to get more serious with drawing was pretty much after middle school. But I still doodled comics and stuff. But I say pretty around 5th or 6th grade. I did kind of experiment a little bit, try to walk away a little bit with stick figures, but I still do stick figures during that time, during 5th and 6th grade. I think I just started testing quarter drawings, like quarter shots, but they were still kid drawings in a way. Yeah, back in elementary, I used to doodle in 4th grade, 5th grade, and 6th grade, like a bunch of like short comics. But yeah, after middle school, that's when I start actually trying to learn real fundamentals, how to do art, instead of just casually just doodling everywhere. Yeah. But overall, art does take time and stuff, but I felt like the YouTube and some internet sources that I found that helped me kind of gave me a boost where to go, and plus some of my family, it has some art side backgrounds already, so I kind of already got some fundamentals in without realizing, because I mean in elementary my I think back in 5th grade my mom taught me how to do shading and sketching, but and then I only got the beginning understanding of it, but it took time. But yeah, I mean, as long as you pretty much got support where you have someone just supporting you, or in a way, hopefully it's your family, of course. But if the process of learning something will be much easier, because there's not other life consequences can make it harder than it is. Yeah. My main interest that I got into drawing in the first place is more like I got really into Spider-Man, so I did really want to try to draw Spider-Man, but then I got confused how to until my mom showed me, and I was like, oh cool, how do you do that? And then next I followed her steps, and I was just like kept copying it, and I just kept making a bunch of Spider-Man characters. But I was more interested in the Sammy Raimi black suit back then. And then next I slowly, after that, after my phase of Sammy Raimi Spider-Man went away, I went reverting back to stick figures. and then I kind of start like giving them their own personality a little bit. But then I kind of ended up making fan art from Flipno Hetena, and just basically use stick figures like 100% and all the other crazy stick figures that's just drawn and just had fun with. Because I used to like a bunch of fighting stick figures back then too. And then next when I started to, I wanted to create my own original character. So first original character that I've made in 4th grade was Tweet, but I later dubbed him Tweet several years later just to simplify his name instead of saying Tweet twice. But he was basically a ball-shaped figurine doodle but with a large beak. But he went through many design changes over the years. But he used to be a parody, funny character kind of cartoon. But then I changed how I wanted to design the character purposely. I think around like by the time I got around to high school, I kind of want to do away with the character that just tries to parodies every other characters, or just try to make things like dramatic, as like hilarious as possible. But I kind of like refrained and decided to make a separate version of him that he doesn't react to that kind of stuff. So in short term, it's probably create an alternate reality. But I still feel the remnants of the old versions of how I drew Tweet. In a way, it still exists, but it's just not a part of the thing I usually do these days. I don't know, he may probably just make a... I might make it... I mean... Yeah, I don't know, that version of Tweet is just bizarre. He's not there anymore for now. At least for now. Yeah. It's my childhood. Yeah, the original Tweet has like a very large portion of my childhood for sure. But main reason is because I just enjoy like creating creatures overall. Anyway, for those of people that joined, thanks for like watching so far. That's very much appreciated. Yeah, for the gobs, I think I'm gonna make slightly pinker than the red I have for her skin. But I'm not gonna have a color palette for that because it'll be easy to remember. And besides, these color palettes are not technically you're going to be exactly as accurate as the one in substance painting, because once I get into like substance painting, I might slightly alter the colors, because even though you have the color palettes all set with the tags and stuff, sometimes depending on certain lighting, I may need like a slightly different red or slightly different color of red, just to get the similar tones I had in the concept. So more or less, these are just guidelines. How to beat Nightmare Fredbear for easy. There's no easy mode in FNAF. There's never hard difficulty or normal. There's only stakes in each round. That's all there is. Alright, see ya. I'm gonna increase the pink mask. There we go, that makes more sense. Go for that. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Just want to make sure. Okay, good. She's gonna look great. I can tell it. I can feel it. And now lastly, the tongue. Alright, let's see. Yeah. Yeah, this lighter color would be doing fine. Yeah, I like this better. A lot. And then I can turn this color right. The tongue. I do have. Mask that layer. This will be tongue. Sure. Which I'm probably gonna quote this off somewhere on my library textures. File. Open. Let's see. I'm just looking in my files right now. I feel like I do have something in here too, but I'm modified. We're gonna make a temporary new canvas. We're gonna use this as a texture set layer. And then next we're gonna have this any color. We'll just go with gray for now. And let's see. I do have veins in there for sure. I swear. No one made a vein one. There it is. And I can make that buff and just scale it very high. So I can convert this into a flat image, so not so sure about colorizing it, but we'll see. I'll probably give it like a slight tone with it, but not too close because it'll probably affect the other color I want. Yes, and it looks kind of repetitive, but I can like crop it and stuff, so that's fine. So that would be good. Unless... Actually, even better. Maybe I don't have to convert to the flat image and just warp it. I could... Yeah, you know what? Let's skip... I have a better idea. Let's give this a try. Color red. I'm gonna probably use this type of red. And... we're gonna make it tint. Some more out of this, and after making the tint, go over here and find veins. And increase the intensity. Ah, I see it slightly. That's good. Ah, I am smart. Now I just gotta make it amplify that better. So you can slightly see the veins here, but theoretically I could make the colors more darker, of course. I'm just being nitpicky. Because the more I would tint this, the more you would eventually see it in some sort of form. Here. No, I like that. I'm gonna keep it that. So that reminds me, so whenever I go into substance, I can have some sort of similar color like that. And I can have some kind of like mango tongue going on. Mango color.
Oh, I got lost on the way to you.
Yeah, maybe for that too. Give it a little bit of notch here, just to back it up a little bit. That's fine, you're not going to save that close. We're probably more going to analyze with this tongue. As an example reference. Otherwise, I think we're good. I'm going to go back over the palette and just kind of do something with this. Get more of it going on here, so I do know in the future what to use when it came across past this. At some point it will have some kind of, yeah, that'll be good. Just use E, just do a spread for that. Up, oops, too much. And then B, and then I'll just make that more obvious here. Or maybe not. A little bit over here. And then R, and I'll just, oops, wrong one. There we go. That'll help me a lot. I'll have that blended. Oh, rewind a little bit. And then I'll be no further else to do. Which is, yeah, there we go. That should be good enough. So then I can easily just still sample the pure color over here and the transitions too. Make my life easier in the future long run.
From a place of hardship to a place of ease comes a place of flourish. In return, it's for a reason. That I couldn't say it. Yeah, I don't find time to debate if I deserve growth or if maybe I should preserve coping by hating you. Adoring you. through with my trials. I need to buy myself and cry before I can.
We are not alone. There's more to life than this. Show me what you know. Take me to that place. I'm stuck within these walls. I need a quick escape. You know where I can go. Take me to that place.
Oh, hello, chicken-in-law. How's it going? Very good, how are you? Yeah, what's up with the caps? Yeah, right now I'm just working on this cool project. Oh, my keyboard. Let me fix that, my bad. I bet it's super cool. It is going to be super cool, thanks for asking.
Dried out tears of sorrow, lacking all emotion, staring down the barrel, waiting for the fire.
I'm just right now laying down my color palettes. I haven't had any color palettes yet for the armor, but I'm going to probably use one or two or few as possible. So I don't have to flip around too much whenever it gets down to substance painting it in the future. But for the hair, it's definitely going to be a different color. It's going to have more of a very light brown and orange-ish tan. For sure. It already sounds cool, not gonna lie. Thank you. Yeah, so for this character model is going to be more of a game toy character. And by means by that, it's just basically something, a character that it's gonna be playable around Unreal Engine, and you can just have fun with it. That's it. And she has her own superpower, so that's gonna be very fun to play around with once I develop them. But my main focus is the character art first, so that's also going to be including the 3D model version of it. Hello, Mighty Games Live. How's it going? I'm just getting my colors in. Pretty good. Awesome. How about you? For me, I am figuring out what colors I want for my armor. I'm probably gonna reference from my other older previous iterations of how I drew her palettes, but I'm maybe considering having a similar color like this over here just to save palette time. So whenever I 3D model this, I have less palettes to flip over between with. But I'm kind of glad I'm getting slowly near the end of the character sheet. I just need to do some VFX painting over here to see what would work best for the style. So I'm just basically making my own reference sheet. Fair enough. Hope your art goes well for you. Thank you. Yeah, this is one of those arts I'm taking my time on. For sure. Yeah, I'm expecting this to be one of my great portfolio pieces in the future. It does looks nice. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I created her 2 years ago, but she's been through many design changes since. Especially her uniforms, more of the latest changes I did. Because she used to wear a lot of chains around her, but I lessened that a lot. So it would be easier when the time comes to rigging it in physics assets, so the chains are just not fully abused around the silhouette. And plus, it's kind of nice to have like some armor on the arm and stuff like that. But I think the minimal changes I also did switch this instead of being the same. I kind of have this a bit more different. And her waist is like obviously different with her apron. It's more longer than instead of shorter. Fair enough. Hope the final version is good. Yeah, for sure. Me too. Yeah, but if you're enjoying my art, you can always come back and lurk for like a minute or two, then come back the next hour if I'm still streaming. So, if you do like the content that you see, be sure to follow. I do have a social media. I'll check out the stream whenever I see you live. Alright. Sounds good to me. I go myself, live myself quite often, so the chances are I'll see your stream anyway. Okay. Well, yeah, usually. I mean, it depends on how you set your algorithm settings on Twitch too, because usually by default it's set to low to high or recommended. But still, the odds of finding me will be much easier if make ways to bookmark my stream and stuff. Because I don't know, sometimes the algorithm can be tricky. I mean, there's not much you can do, but of course. That many people anyway, plus I barely watch a Twitch stream. Ah, I see, no worries. But, I do stream on other platforms like YouTube. And hopefully soon on TikTok, so I have to get like 1,000 followers for that. So I'm like multi-streaming. So if you want to subscribe to my YouTube channel, it's up to you. TikTok's a good way to grow your audience. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I've been also making shorts while at a time when sharing my art for streams. So I have a command that just basically makes my shorts for me, and then I just repost it on YouTube Shorts and TikTok during while I'm live. It's a plugin on OBS. I've already subbed and I followed this account for a while, so I decided to check this stream out. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, for some people that TikTok has its pros and cons, but for branding purposes, it's a good idea to use it as a branding tool. Even though there's many conspiracies about, I mean, it's true that TikTok can be used by China at any time, but it'll be impossible to spy on you if you're more using it as a brand way to share your art, because I usually don't share anything that much about my personal life. I also enjoy streaming. Yeah, it's also nicer than recording for some reason. Oh yeah, for sure. I used to make a lot of gaming videos back when I was like in high school. Yeah, and I understand editing takes a lot of time, but I kind of veered away from that stuff because I wanted to focus more on other art mediums, and it just basically streaming just saves up a lot more time instead of wasting fiddling in a video editor too much. Yeah, I could not care my less my information being steal from me. What we're gonna do? Steal £5 on my bank account? Yeah, as long as you don't reveal certain passwords or certain two-step verifications, like what's your cat's name, or what's your mother's maiden name, or something like that. There are ways that people can try to trick you to say it online. That's only if the worst case scenario happens. You just gotta only put what information that's necessary to see online, but not your personal information, of course not. Fair enough. I do have 2 FFA on ripping that off. Oh, same here, buddy. Same here. And I'm a little bit paranoid on Google's searching tracking, so I just use DuckDuckGo. But overall, I still use other resources from Google, of course. But all search engine at this point is basically the same and efficient. It's just back then, Google had the upper hand before the others start catching up and figuring out how Google was creating their search engines. I use Opera GX, but I use Google, but could easily switch to DuckDuckGo or Opera. Yeah, but I don't use DuckDuckGo as a browser. I use it more just to search up stuff. Because, to be honest, I mean, for my gaming computer, I do use Chrome. But on this computer, I most likely use Firefox and Edge. So, in Edge, I turn off like a lot of settings that I don't feel like I need, and then you can just function it as another form of Google Chrome. But the only funny thing is that if I'm using Edge, that means Microsoft can just track me, but not Google. But that kind of doesn't matter because it's kind of conflict of interest where we're using Chromium, but it's still Microsoft trying to put some of their sweet jazz on it. So in a way, I'm still using Google Chrome. Firefox goated. Edge is like meh. If only use Opera GX, it just breaks. Yeah, because I know Opera GX runs on Chromium, so it's another form and version of Chrome. Just modified it like a lot. Firefox is actually the only literal browser that does not use Chromium. It uses its own functions. Yeah, and there's sometimes, if I go on Firefox, there's some certain websites that only work through Firefox better versus the Chromium. And sometimes it's vice versa. I switched back and just got used to it. Yeah. Backs. Oh, sorry. No worries, man. You're allowed to work, Mandula. No worries. I don't expect you to sit like so many hours watching my stream, even though my art stream is like long. It's just me just basically working on my stuff, so it's more like a chatting station to say, hey, check up my progress and be like, start chatting about life or about geek stuff or fantasy stuff or just internet browsers or cookies and security or whatever that we infuse us to do, or video games. Yeah. Totally understandable. I mean, the best I could do is put background music on there and just use it for people who wants to, like, you know, like, have something as a screensaver before they go to sleep. Because it's not a bad idea for art streams to be used something like, oh, I just go over to watch Earth and I just fell asleep. Some people just have put something on before we go to bed. Because there are certain moments, there are key moments that my art maybe catch someone's interest, and then once I stop talking and for like good 15 minutes because I ran out of subjects to think about, or there's not a conversation that's not really starting up anymore, it just have some kind of slight dead air and just people will come back later. Oh yeah, I recently learned how to b-hop in CSGO, quite fun. Oh, I don't play CSGO, but what is b-hop? Yeah, I just seen videos of it. I mean, CSGO is a very old game. I think I remember I did play CSGO on the PS2, but that was I was renting it, and it was at a hotel. Bunny hop, so you just hit the ground and makes you go faster. Oh gosh, some assassin speed there. That's scary as shit. Make these ears more obvious. It's kind of bothering me. Where palette was. There we go. Quite annoying to pull off, but when you do, man, it's great. Yeah. I mean, how fast exactly were you going? Were you faster than a cheetah? Speed-wise. No, not that fast. Like, faster than a normal person, which is useful in a competitive game. Yeah. It's the normal speed of, in that game is like walk speed, and you can't really go back faster unless you do that glitch. Out of curiosity. Because I know in Overwatch, you can't really sprint unless one of your characters has the ability to sprint. Which I kind of find it annoying just to have your character slow down a bit. Yeah, walk speed with a knife is normal fastest. I mean, the average for usually for walking in video games is around 500 meters per second. No, or something. I have to check. It could be kms, kilometers probably. Had to double check on that. Because I don't know in Unreal they have a default measurement system for that. Let's see. Unreal. Speed. Let's see here. I know there's measurements in Unreal. I can't remember how if it's in meters or centimeters. And walking. Distant lengths in units. Oh yes, yeah, it's yeah, I knew it. It's either kilometers. They measure between meters and kilometers. Full option that and centimeters too. Apparently 250 hammer units per second. Wow. Per second. Why is your name Monster Death? Because it's cool. I felt cool was kind of like gamerish. But yeah, it's kind of like the death is like almost like the Grim Reaper of time. Death, life, and death. The balance between happiness to depression. I wonder how many units per second too. Let me just. What does that mean? I wonder. Can we convert that? A 16 foot. Huh. Okay, so huh. Interesting. So basically it moves 2 centimeters per second. If it's a 16 foot. I usually like to measure in centimeters for walk speed. Yeah. Well, the more you know. Usually the measurements of tracking speed in video games, or how people code the estimation of, are you British? No, I am an American. Because the measurements in it's just I have a certain accent in the north. It's just for any of what I was trying to remember my train of thought. Okay, yeah. So for measuring anything speed or velocity, usually it's an estimation of in centimeters or meters of how the thing or object's going to project or run or move or walk or when it happens, because there's no exact number answer for it. It's just developers will roughly estimate close enough to feel like where those numbers should be, and they'll just leave it as it is. Sorry for distraction. No worries, no worries. No worries. I was curious. At least it was entertaining to look up. Oh. It's, if you're confused on... Oh. Well, it depends on the accent. Mandala. I mean, for the accent they have... It's very different. I mean... America is very diverse, so... It could have multiple different accents. That's accent, but that's kind of a weird problem. I mean, for American... There's the northern side and there's a south side. In the south side, the accent's completely different, so we have lots of varieties for that. The British have is mostly common for individually, for separate. Like they more have a like. I could try to formulate a British accent, but it would be horrible. Like if someone's like, "Oh, I got it" or something, or I don't know. They have like more of a different up pitch or something. But if you look at actually, here's a better example. Whoever plays Dr. Stephen Strange in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he's British, but he fakes an American accent. So if you look at his that actor's accent in real life and just listen to it, he has a British accent. That's a better example. I should have led with that. Yeah, British people announce things more syllables and worded stuff. Yeah, and Canadians is more of a, or uses the A vowels. And for me, and then there's New York. New York has their own slang words too. So that's their own accent too. And for Pennsylvania and around Pittsburgh, it's more, they have their own slang too. I know, I'm in the UK. True. That's true. So, yeah. Southern England's more fancy, Northern England's a lot of less, like Wales and Scotland. Can't understand them all. Oh yeah, Scotland and Irish has their own accent there too. I'm Italy, so that's why I don't understand to find the difference. Yeah, I mean, for a lot of... I mean, if you look at their nationality, where they come from, that's a good guess where their accent might be. But then, What if that person lives born in a different country, not from the nationality, and the next accent's totally different in the long run? So, it can be confusing, of course. But usually, the only thing you can tell which accent is by where are they born, and how long they've been raised from that state or country. Got it. Does anyone has Ancestry? I'm curious. Or has an Ancestry account? Because I do have one, but it just changes still, and after 10 years, or 10 or 11 years later, there's a lot of things I've discovered something about myself. No. You should totally try it. It's basically a cotton swab of your DNA around your mouth, and then you send it back to them. And they track you down which part of your genes that you came from. But it constantly updates and changes. Polish, most of your DNA is Polish. Well, theoretically it can be. You can. If you're mostly Polish, then you can consider Polish. But however, if you want to know the insides and deep layers of going, it would be just more than just Polish under the hood. That will lead up to the Polish. Or it could be something sporadically different. Now, if I had my if I remember my Ancestry logins, I could have taken a screenshot of mine, and it's like all over the place. I mean, it covers basically some parts majority in Asia, but also in the Europeans too. Fair. I come from central Poland, but my last name is from socialmedia. Could have some German, maybe. My first name's in India. Ah. Okay, cool, interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can definitely for sure find about yourself. I'm thinking about maybe playing Pixelmon, in the evening. Well, basically Cobblemon. Probably in the Pokemon Islands or something. I think last time I was in the Never Portal hunting Pokemon down. But yet I was also trying to find Blaze Rod so I can go to the end. But I ended up going to a Never Portal that, I created mine out of lava. Then I got transported into someone's base in the Never Portal because it's linked up to their Never Portal. So when I exit, it goes to some kind of base, but I have a set home spawn, so I'm not worried about that. but it's very hard to find a Never Fortress 2 where I'm at. Weirdly enjoying learning about history and geography. What about you? Weirdly, yeah, my history and geography. If I can remember, I think I have somewhere around in Upper Europeans and a little bit lower, and then I'm somewhere around South and East Asia. But it's been a while, like 2 months I've checked it, so open that up. At one point, Accessory thought I was 14% Irish, but then it recalculated and now I'm down to no Irish at all. Because we're still trying to figure out which side of my European section I'm at. So it constantly changes, so once I think every year it's recommended to check out on Ancestry because there's something new that will just pop up. And then there's some parts of percentage. I think there's a small percentage I have Scottish in me, but it's not large. It's just small. Which that probably small percentage constantly change. And then I think I have 1 or 2% Vietnamese. But then again, that's just a percentage. Low drop. You like Pokemons? Oh yeah, for sure. It's just that I probably mostly knowledge about up until like the 5th generation. I mean, I did play a little bit around with Mega Evolutions in the remake Gen 6, but after Gen 5, I just never really touched Pokemon that much since. But in a way, I'm kind of getting back to it as in Minecraft style. I know there's a way I could probably run a virtual, a virtual ROM game of Nintendo Switch. I found out that it is possible, but I don't have any Switch games. So I don't know if I probably go back to the legit official Pokemon games. If I ever buy a Switch game, I'll try to probably play it on my PC. Because you can get them at GameStop, but I'll have to figure out how to extract the files and just play for myself. Because I think right now at the moment the Switch console itself is just like still pretty much not my area at the moment. But I'm mostly a PlayStation person, but I haven't gotten a PlayStation Plus in a while, for about 5 months, so I've been playing Spider-Man on there, and then all my Minecraft stuff I play on PC because it's obviously mods are so much better when you're playing that game. But I do play vanilla at times. Going by history, I guess Aberdeen will be mostly a Polish person. That's my family stayed around for the same area throughout time. True. Bye. I gotta go. Alright, see ya, man. Have a good day. Or evening. Wherever you're at in this world. That's America. Well, depending which state you are, I mean, if you go to the north side, then you're expecting snow quite often in the late fall and winter. But for if you're at the south side, it's most likely going to have some rain in winter and fall, but it's not that much. It's not that much bad. It's except for when it comes to hurricane storms and that. But for the summer, yeah, definitely have to watch out the heat wave for that. I mean, the heat wave is very similar up in the north, but if you're at the equator, then it's a chance it can spike up to 105 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, if you're counting for, like, for example, like, I mean, currently in where I'm at, it would be 94 degrees, but the real feel would be 105 or 106. So every time when the wind blows at you, you're being cooked. So it's better off to hydrate a lot or drink coconut water. This summer the UK is not been good so far. We had like 2 weeks where it's hot the entire month, where it's half cold and half rainy. Oh yeah, and you know what? What's worse for where I'm at? If every sometimes when it rains, it doesn't feel like you're cooling off. You still feel the heatness no matter what. And even worse on top of that, some storms may pass like thunderstorms, like wild thunderstorms, like super close to me. And it's hurricane season, so I have to watch out for check for if it's hurricanes or not. But down to where I'm at, hurricanes may have a higher chance to come to me, but I would say it's around less likely, but it's uncommon. But it's like we're still near the ocean. Last time we had a 40-degree heat wave. 40 degrees is in the UK. Oh, you mean 40 degrees Celsius? Yeah. In America, it's Fahrenheit. What's that in? I wonder. Because I think 50 degrees Celsius is 120 Fahrenheit. I could be wrong. I have to double check. 104 Fahrenheit. Okay, yeah. Wow, that's hot. Yeah, UK's humidity is so it's extra bad. Whoa. Global warming. The world's constantly change. You gotta wonder when the next ice age is gonna happen before it's gonna revert back. Or global heat wave. I mean, honestly, the Earth changes constantly every year or every second, so back then cold was a bad thing, even now it's kind of getting vice versa. Who knows? Probably within 1,000 or 2,000 years, a random low chance that the world could change into like a very hot place. And then it'll probably take so many years to cool off. Yeah, but we were speeding up. Oh yeah, for sure, definitely. Fossil fuels burning and stuff. At least finally the ozone is slowly getting smaller again. Because I know fossil fueling and burning fuel from the earth did cause the ozone to break and grow in the late 20th century. But since the ozone was now starting to slowly shrink, so hopefully some behaviors in today's world is not as bad as back then. Because during the 20th century, people were abusing that like crazy. I did geography in college, so I know some things. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm more used to being indoors a lot, so I'm in more of an indoor person than an outdoor person. Yeah, same. Stream like an hour or something. Hope it goes well. Like the other times. Do you stream on your PC or console? I'm curious. I do PC. Cool. Do you have like Minecraft Java? Out of curiosity. I do got Java. Okay, cool. Because I know there's this one popular server for Cobblestone, which is So Far the Islands, which is pretty much decent. It's just that a lot of people come in, but a lot of people just do text chatting, but not that much voice chatting on there. But yeah, a lot of people play it solely on their own. If they want to battle Pokemons, they just go to the hub and they just do a group battle. But I personally just I feel like Minecraft's better if you just at least have if you play in a group as a group. If I'm really bored or CS:GO pisses me off, I might just switch to Minecraft for the time being. Yeah. Yeah, I use multi-MC it for organizing my mods files and importing, and I just label them in a certain way so I can have like an organized library already presets of mods I already want to use. Yeah. So do you stream on YouTube or Twitch? Because I might want to check out your stream if you're playing any games. Because pretty much after I probably, if I stay the streaming probably an hour, next hour, I would have to like get something to eat, so I probably just need to watch something while I make food for myself before I like sign off after that. Because averagely I stream about like 4 hours. You do Twitch now? Okay. Use Curve Force to make a mod pack and just ship it over to someone and then play. Yeah. But for multi-MC, you can actually have an easier ability to install Fabric or Forge and import other mods. Because I know they have their own first-party systems where if you don't want to search on curseforge.com, because I know CurseForge lately was about almost a month ago I got seriously issues with downloading mods that contain malware. So I used to sometimes multi-MC to verify it, and sometimes just go to VirusTotal to verify the jar file before I run it. Because when you're downloading mods, it's also a risk that if you don't double check, you may end up getting a virus or something. But I usually don't have anything important signed in on my gaming laptop, so I'm at less of a risk for getting my stuff stolen. I think the only thing I probably would have to watch out is how it would create wormholes if it's possible. Never rechecked my mods that had viruses, have not played the rules, so probably nothing bad happened. Yeah. Because when you're downloading mods, it's like someone created a thing, but even though it's a jar file can also try to get somewhere on the internet to download a BAT file and start running other malicious software behind the scenes. So, if you know, like, for example, like, what's verified is the Minecraft, Java, and Bedrock, so you don't have to, like, virus scan that because it's run by Microsoft, but if you're making it, downloading, like, any, like, third parties, like, if you have a jar file that's made by someone individual, however, you don't know what it is because it doesn't came from Microsoft or something, then it's always good to be suspicious as you want to double check and put in a virus tool to see how it does in a VM machine, so you won't screw yourself over. Because as long as you have a good factor set of what you know, what's safe to download and stuff, and you reduce the chances of finding a virus. But the more stuff you download, stuff that's unknown, you increase the chance of getting the virus. I do have mod games like Fallout Vegas, Nexus mods, and does have check the files have virus, only if it's not too big. True. Because sometimes in order to get the antivirus scanner not to check that file properly, if they purposely bloat the file to make it look like it's downloaded 100 gig or something, because it'll be too long to check that file, and if it feels like if the code is like very similar, it will make an assumption, then it'll false positive the file to make it look like, oh, this doesn't have viruses, meanwhile it does. But if you get rid of the unnecessary parts that bloating the fake 1 gig thing, you reduce it down to megabyte, it's real megabytes, then it'll get caught by the antivirus malware. Yeah, I do watch a lot of security YouTube channels about malware and how that works. I do watch also Theo Joe and stuff, so they really it's really interesting to watch how scammers or malware people do the stuff, because it is likely possible that some things can happen, because theoretically a antivirus checker is most likely an insurance policy, because the person who's on the wheel, whoever uses the computer, is the one that's at risk of putting the virus in. You just hope the antivirus would actually work. Fair. The closest thing I do is just watch tech channels. They sometimes talk about viruses and stuff, true. Yeah. Yesterday I was depressed because I made a mistake buying the wrong NVMe SSD, because I found out my 2015 ASUS laptop was because I know it was a GL522BW, but they didn't have no sticker that says SATA only for the PCIe. However, but then I wasn't sure why my NVMe wasn't working. Then I had to do research that somewhere formed back in 2015 and 2016, but there was a controversy behind it, and apparently that they falsely advertised that it works for NVMe, and to troubleshoot from that, since they had future assembly lines that they made for the GL552VW from the 2015 model, the only modification they added is slapping a sticker says SATA only, just to not confuse the consumers, which ASUS clearly mislabeled that. So, and I got the 980 Pro Samsung SSD, so it's like the very latest of them. I know, but serious conversation. Usually ASUS is scummy because when I was trying to get the import, even before even finding that out, when I was trying to install the SSD in there, there's a screw missing because back then in 2015, I got the one with the HDD, not with the SSD in there, and all the screws supposed to be come in there anyway. So if you got the HDD, then it won't provide the M2 2x3 millimeter screw. So I had to go hunting for that. Yeah, ASUS motherboard. Yeah, ASUS in 2023. I heard that for motherboard there was something wrong with that. And I totally screwed a lot of people over. But then it's resolved at that point. But the people who are experiencing it, dang. Oh well, I can't wait to be worse than Dell. Yeah. Currently, I'm starting to pick interest in Leveno computers, personally, because I had to find a slightly modified 2022 Leveno desktop just for to use it as a workstation for studio projects, because I prefer to keep my gaming stuff separate from my workstation, not just to avoid wear and tear, but also to keep it less of a distraction if I'm trying to like do something over here and then next time the game's in there. Well, I could dual boot, but then I'll be promoting wear and tear on the thing, and I want to keep it as long as possible because it's a really good computer that can last for a good 10 years. So I don't have to worry about getting an i9 or something, because surprisingly, I mean, I feel like i9 sometimes can be unnecessary. It's just if you want something in 4K for studio, but i7 should be generally fine for studio work. Yeah, and at least for this computer I'm running is an i7 Gen 12, so that's like really good for other things too. But I still feel I can get a lot more a good 2 or 3 more years out of my gaming laptop, since I got that in 2015 and it's been around like for 8 years and it still runs Overwatch good. It's just that I would have that in medium or low graphics card difficulty because it's a 960M. Be right back in a few minutes. Okay. I'm gonna get tissue. I'll be right back.
to protect your soul.
Okay.
Sitting lonely in my room again, trying to find the words to say, but nothing comes out. I am looking for the better days, seem like they just stay away whenever I try.
What? Hold on.
There's so many things that I keep
Oh,
in my
it's
mind. My friends keep
Sai is frozen.
it hurts every time. With all the emotions I built up inside, oh why?
Well, welcome back.
Will someone look for me if I disappear?
Right now my computer's kind of. Hold on.
But I see the light from far away.
My Sai is frozen for a second.
I should not give up without a fight.
Let me get out Task Manager. Oh wow, I can't even. Oh gosh. Oh no, hope we saved. Yeah, I think we saved a few moments ago. I know Sai has her own backup recovery system, but I always save in multiple files. Versions. Because right now, Century's reason, it's like the whole mouse took over. Let's see. But I can still use the Windows button and hit the search icon still, but you can barely touch anything. I mean, I got my task manager open, so I can't end process because it still thinks I'm stuck on the side. It might fix itself, that's true.
No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight. Cause there will be a time.
Hold on, I'm gonna do control delete. Oh, okay, control delete did work. Okay. I get to move this around now. And before, I'm not gonna end task, I wanna make sure everything's fine. Okay, okay, yeah, I can move. Okay, we're good, I'm saving. Alright. I control delete, so I fixed it. Yeah, that's good. I was like, yeah. I'm gonna do save as, just to make sure. And call this version 41. You'd be surprised how much files does it take for 3D art and mostly. I mean, it's more harder than 2D art, but I still save separate versions of the same file, just in case if one file gets corrupted. But for 3D art, the gigabytes for the exact almost similar copy for like version 1, version 2, version 3 on each integration, instead of using save button too much and just saving as. It can build up around like every day I could be using 5 gigabytes more a day or 10 gigabytes more a day. But overall the files in there can get like super big because all my art stuff is like 2.26 terabytes. It's like huge. But I have like other storage. I did got an HDD Barracuda, but I have like an extra 8 terabytes, so I'm using half of that Barracuda to back up my external WD drive, which contains all my art thing. So I have another separate WD drive for a second backup to back up that in case the Barracuda fails because it's an SMR. So, but however, as long as I'm not overusing it or I don't use it 24/7, then I can get the SMR to live longer than it's supposed to be. It's just that I have to give it time to let it reorganize itself and idle. But the other half that I split my Barracuda 2 separate volumes since it's 8 terabyte. So half of it's like 4 terabytes on the left and the right. The left side's the backup. The right side will be more for stable diffusion, so I can just generate images and stuff and just put it there just for thumbnail references. Yeah, and I do want to use stable diffusion at some point just to generate thumbnails for references. So if I'm drawing something or if I need to create multiple sketches, that can help me. But then I can play around and go to my real drawing and actually formulate my own shapes and forms. So I'm just creating my own custom reference with the reference. And I know how much stable diffusion is going to get me a lot of terabytes, so I did need a lot of terabytes to store a bunch of images. So far my PC is 1 terabyte only. I'm getting another one soon, and especially since 20 minutes, half of the video takes up 40 gigs. Oh yeah, definitely for sure. When you're making videos, you might want to have a separate storage for that. Like, you could go for 2 terabytes if you want, but for video content, depending on how much you have, it could build up some time, so you could get a 4 terabyte for external storage, or an internal, that's up to you. But I do know CK is better than WB. I delete footage after recording, so it's fine. Yeah, I mean, as long as you upload to YouTube, that's your cloud video storage, in a way. Yeah. Usually my video games, they're around at least either 1 terabyte for internal storage or 2 terabytes. But for my workstation, I'm just giving it as many terabytes as I need. So, I mean, I do have an external that goes up to 4 terabytes for the one I'm currently using as my primary media file storage. So I do have plenty more space to go to before that thing gets filled up. Because whenever you're making any art project, it's good to have, you invest in big storage space. The only way we need a whole range of social media. Yeah, we're on YouTube uploading to Twitch. My friend runs a TikTok account. It's a mess, but it works. Oh, yeah, I do have a range of social media for different purposes, too. I do have one other Instagram account that's for the 3D stuff, but it posts just a lot of quantity out of it for any sketches and whips. But my main portfolio site, if you just want to see as a portfolio professional format for that for 3D art, that will be on my ArtStation. But then there's Deviant. That's for I decided to make part of that 2D art instead of 3D because Deviant's totally not popular as ArtStation, and ArtStation's mostly the standard for gaming development portfolios. So we're more prioritized to that because it's run by Epic Games. And my room just got so dark so quick. That's probably a storm coming. I have to turn on my lights. Yeah, but I got into Threads a little bit, but then I kind of haven't been on Threads for almost a week and a half, even though it's quite new. It's supposed to outbeat Twitter or get some competition.
Mama said You're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm not different from the rest.
Probably like an hour. You're gonna stream. I might be able to pop in. I stream late so there's no background noise. Yeah. You live in an apartment? Because I understand apartments can be worse too.
Give it 1 minute.
Anyway, I followed you, man, so I like talking with you. Nah, I live in my house, but my family has a vocal type. Ah, thank you. No worries. I usually don't like to share my desktop screens and stuff, so there's some other things that I'm like clicking on browsers that you will probably see if I'm just sometimes idling. That's only if sometimes I just need to look up something. But usually for my desktop background, I just reuse my art that I did and just have a slideshow going and have it shuffled. Fair enough, yeah. Yeah, I'll pop into your streams when I see your live. That's cool. Thank you. Gosh, I felt like I was talking for an hour. It's fun. Every once in a while my stream will get into like deep conversations depending how naturally the conversation goes, because most of the time it's just dead air, and sometimes I have no control over that if the person's not willing to socialize back. Yeah, nice to have a convo on Twitch for sure. VC on Steam. On stream. Oh, stream. Yeah, for sure. I mean, for the type of thing that you're most likely just gaming on CS:GO and stuff. So, anything related to gaming, at longest, I think I would take advantage of if they're interested in VC, you can, because if you have a conversation already started, it may magnet people to stay in a little bit longer because there's a conversation already in play, and if they may want to pitch in, because if it's something that's a topic that they want to stay for. Because I'm kind of learning that there's ways to get people to stay on your stream longer. It's not just what they're looking on the screen,
I mean, if the screen itself is already have some form of entertainment that makes them stay, then that would be fine. However, if it's something just gaming and you're just not having like many constant winning streaks or nothing's interesting that's not happening, like you're not doing any glitches or something like weird happen or something, then most likely the conversations will probably, if interest will probably held up to make them stay longer. Yeah, I have one stream and I have 2 YouTube friends where like 4 people join. Yeah. I mean, the best idea is to collab as many as possible you can, because that's the one advantage that you have if you're, only if you're interested in making streaming game content, because that will be one of your tool arsenals. Because it's a good chance that that's one where people might stay longer. To if there's something on their YouTube channel that if you both decided to announce, oh hey, this guy has a YouTube channel, check that person out, they might be interested in checking it out. But then again, if you can hailed an interesting conversation that they might be interested in, then they'll stay longer for that. I prefer Twitch over YouTube personally, even if no one joins the stream, just really relaxing. Yeah, that's fine. Personally for me, I'm multi-streaming because I want to have both odds for Twitch and YouTube. Because if I have someone that's relying on one platform versus the other, because I do know YouTube has a gaming stream platform now, and it's enough to rival Twitch. But if you're on both sides of the coin, then the people who does not have a Twitch account or does not want to make a Twitch account but interested in gaming, they can still visit your stream no matter what and still follow you up. Because if you're just solely streaming on Twitch with no multi-streaming, it's kind of limiting your audience. But I know multi-streaming, it's not possible for everyone because it depends on the computer hardware and what you can do with it. Because I know this computer that I got, it helped me to be able to do multi-streaming. But if you don't have the hardware to do it, then just don't do multi-streaming. Just still stick to Twitch. That's fine. But yeah, if you can have the hardware, like internet, to support it, then they have the opportunity to do it. But I do know if you're playing a video game while you're streaming, it does cut down performance in the video game. And there's some people that may prefer just want to have a separate computer playing the video games, so their performance on that on their game won't tank when the stream is up, and have one computer that's focused on streaming a lot, and have enough space to properly do multi-streaming. See, I think it. Oh no. I'll try play a multi-stream on a single player game, but CS:GO, you need a good ping. Oh yeah, for sure, because it's multiplayer. I know how competitive multiplayer games can be, especially for first-person shooters. You need all the internet you need and all the good frame rates, because the more frame rates you have, you basically have like possibly a good chance to have some advantages when seeing and moving things around. But it doesn't guarantee for you to be a good player, of course. But definitely have a good ping for multiplayers, for sure. I know there's insane refresh monitors that goes up to 500 or 300. I just see that as insane. But I don't necessarily need it. I just need something above 60, which I do have one monitor for here that's 72, and the other one's my older one, which is 60. So I'm using that, but I don't need all these refresh rates if I'm just using it as a studio computer. Even though I can use it to make games, which I plan to in the future, or actually at least help a team to make a game, because it's better off to make games as a group not, but sole developing is very difficult as fuck. Because you're doing everything. Like, literally, the art side, the sound design, all that. It's just a little bit overkill. So sometimes it's good to have a small team. Yeah, my monitor screen is super good for CSGO. Yeah, high monitors is always... I would say the only time you should get a high monitor screen if you're using it for game. Which is, of course, yeah, that would be a good reason. Like a high refresh rate. Because you definitely would need a lot more frame rates to see. Fortunately, my gaming laptop is at 60 refresh hertz. That's 2015. Yeah, but I don't need to go high. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. You probably would just use that for Discord or something. Because I'm using my right side for the streaming stuff. The wonders of technology. I like it how it's interesting that each person has like its own individual way how people think about how they want to use your stuff. Like, because it's like their own shape language to tell you about. Like, this is the type of thing I like to use a lot. And it's very more personalized. Yeah, I use it for Discord, Spotify, YouTube, for whatever else. Sure. Yeah. Surprisingly, for my gaming laptop, it does it has GeForce, but it's like 960M, and it still runs games fine and still good. It's just that some areas I would have to go up to medium graphics or just low graphics, and everything will run at 60 frames because it's on like a Gen 6 i7, so it's pretty much decent. But if I ever want to get Cyberpunk, the graphics will have to be super low probably, because it's like super powerful. But yeah, I do have i7 Gen 6, and that should be fine to like run the game and progress it normally to the end. I don't have Cyberpunk yet, but I'm playing again eventually in the future. And this one on my computer, I do need a very good GPU just to be able to still have to render farm images that I need, and also textures too. So yeah, I do now also have an RTX 3060 just for the workstation, but I use it as a studio driver, not a game driver. Yeah, find it interesting that they different hardwares. Some people say GTX 1080, but it's made by Asus, someone's made by Dell, or same GPU from a different force company. Everything good I play. I like to play old games, I just mod them heavily. Never very good games or that came out recently. Yeah. But luckily, the funny thing is, I managed to actually find a real good decent shader for a GeForce 960M laptop, and it actually runs it pretty much smooth enough to like around 50 or 60 frame rates on Minecraft, or at least if it's on multiplayer, then it's 80 frame rates. But it's on light, so it's not like heavy shaders. It's a mod that's designed to be light, like tiny shaders. Translate my NVIDIA brain. I don't know, AMD. Oh yeah, AMD. Yeah, I heard. I may have some interest in Radeon because the way how it handles its ray tracing it's very interesting than Nevada's. I need an upgrade. Facts. Yes, for sure. Eventually, later down the road, I do want to have a separate gaming rig laptop. I mean, a gaming rig desktop, not laptop. Even though I have the gaming laptop there, but I do want to have it for separate reasons and stuff. So, because I do know for sure that gaming, whenever you're doing gaming, it does a lot of wear and tear on hardware stuff. Because you're producing so much heat and so much work and effort to it, no matter how powerful it is. Because the more you use the computer, the more eventually everything will degrade. It's scary to go and get a game to see middle parts, says RTX 3060. Oh yeah, of course. It's also super scary for Jedi Survivor 2. That game, graphics is a monster. But pretty amazing. Yeah. I still managed to run Far Cry 6 on my 2015 gaming laptop. And again, it's 160M. So there's a way I kind of got to trick it to get to worse. I get some of the textures on high graphics. And then some of the shaders on medium or low. And but the only way I had to do that is I had to lower the resolution to 720p. And even though I lowered the resolution to 720p, I did use a little bit of image sharpening, so it looks like it's full HD. Because the resolution always will tank your performance. Because if you just lower it down to 720p and just use image sharpening, you could save a ton of performance. Oh yeah, like DLS is amazing. Yeah. I'm kind of glad that somehow, I'm kind of lucky that the 960 somehow supports that a little bit. But it doesn't include it inside the GTX control panel, but it does include it in some games. That's built in. Because if the game itself supports it solely, then that's cool. Yeah. Because I bet myself anything, my gaming laptop, it's on its like 8th year, so I'm gonna be using it while I still can. Because originally that was like my only gaming. That was my only laptop, and I used it for studio work. So it was a conflict of interest of how much I'm bloating the crap out of the laptop, and it was clear that I had to have a separate studio computer for that, which I did succeedingly. So now it's just back being a regular gaming laptop as it's supposed to be. But now it's only a matter of time for I'll give it like another good, probably 5 more years before it decides to give up. But I would say decently, it's good to use for another 3 years. But that also depends on the AAA studio stuff too, because I can run like 2D games too, like very smoothly, like Undertale, high graphics, of course. But if I want to play AAA games on it, it's less of a chance that it's nearly impossible. But it's possible, but not relying on the graphics card too much, but on the CPU to make sure the game is running, but have the graphics card set to low. Battery can bloat, and that's not safe at all. True. I actually had to replace the my gaming laptop's battery like a year ago, because it was like failing. So I got a new battery. But it's not as great as it is, because I do remember when having a fresh battery, it lasted for 9 hours, but the one I got refurbished only lasts for a good hour. But I had to keep it plugged in. I prefer smoother flame leap and having nice graphics, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, I think, to be honest, I think having quality image for graphics is just a nice optional touch flavor. But essentially, if you want to have something to play any video game, your main priority is the performance and smoother frame rates over graphics quality. Because you can create a low-end gaming set and still run modern games. It's just that what you're paying for expensive equipment is the beautiful, high-quality graphics. But there are some people who are interested in art, which I am interested in art a lot, so I kind of like better graphics too. But technical wise, if I do want to play a video game like quickly and unlock something, then I have no choice but to prioritize performance over art. I hate jagged edges. Yeah. Oh, yeah, for my gaming laptop, I can't run anti-analyzing or FXAA or SMAA. I have to turn all this off in order to get smooth gameplay. And motion blur does not help at all. I believe only motion blur will only work if you have all the high quality for graphics card all the way up to max. So that's why I just removed motion blur, because it doesn't really help when you're playing gameplay on the low graphics settings. Unlucky. It does take a hit ball worthy if you can. It's despite motion blur, it can choose not to be. It's too ugly. It's ugly as hell. Yeah, for sure. I know Linus hate from that. If you ever watched Linus Tech, he hates motion blur a lot. I mean, I can see why some people like it. I say motion blur is only good if you're shooting a cinema film, but not when you're not when you're the character and playing the game. Yeah. I mean, motion blur is only good for cutscenes, because that's what's supposed to be, so when you focus on the character. But when it comes to a video game, it doesn't make any sense to have a motion blur if you're moving a lot. Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, the funny thing is, when I try to run motion blur on my gaming laptop for other shaders in Minecraft, it just chops up everything. Like, I get like a wave pulse of like after image effects. Like, it gets so weird. Like, it's almost like it's tripping. Like, it's almost like Zawado, but without the negative reverse color effects. When I try to run like motion blur, because even though the graphics is like so weak for that. It's just funny as hell. It's like walking drunk. Weird, I know, right? Oh, sweet. Thank you for the follow, Samantha One Cook. Much appreciated. Cool doodle, dude. Thank you. Hi, how are you? I'm doing good. How about you? Gosh, I'm almost about to hit the 5-hour mark. I gotta eat real soon, so I'm gonna get myself like 10 more minutes before I just like sign off. But yeah, I'm doing great. I'm having a very long conversation with Mighty Games Live. Besides, you should check him out. He has he does CS:GO content. So he does like first-person shooting games. That was a free shout out I just did. Yeah, but thank you. Thanks for the promotion. Yeah, no problem, man. We have similar tastes in technology and geeking out. I like you. So, what's the KFC OC of yours? Oh yeah, this is an OC of mine. Yeah, she's been around for like 2 years, but I did so many changes with her since. But yeah, for sure, this is going to be like a character sheet that I'll eventually do. Have like this whole 3D model of her and use her as a game toy character just for fun in Unreal. And it's a good portfolio piece opportunity, so I would say, yay, it's time to bring one of my OCs to life in 3D. It's so tight, very unique. Thank you. Yeah. I'm in the coloring phase, so I just gotta set up base colors and textures, and eventually I'll have some shaders, and I'll just do VFX painting on one of the other poses I had set up for. So this is like a well-structured pair. And I have like multiple concept bases I'd like to try out later in the future, if I get my retopology correct. This will be 3D. Eventually, yes. But I'm taking my time on this, so there's like no deadline for it, because I have other projects to do with. So I thought this solo project can be fun just for streaming purposes. It also helps my workstation out once it's all done, because I don't have at least have one super quality work that I'm proud of. Because all the others were done in 10 weeks because it's a class assignment. Oh, this is just a personal project. It's not really a game, but technically it does have parts that is a game mechanics, but for pieces from the portfolio. So when I mentioned game toy character, I meant like, for example, like you want to play as Crash Bandicoot. You're playing as Crash Bandicoot. What does Crash Bandicoot do? He jumps on blocks and stuff and breaks things. You can spin dash attack people. You can survive many platforms, so you're playing as it. So therefore, if you're playing as Crash Bandicoot, you're playing a game toy character. If you're playing as Spider-Man, and you're swinging around the building, you get the joy to fun of beating the shit out of criminals. So therefore, Spider-Man, when you're playing as Spider-Man, he is a game toy character. and he gets to do cool game mechanic things. So that's what I'm kind of aiming for when I mean game toy characters. But it's not going to be a full-fledged game, just a game toy character. But it'll be a nice concept idea for, like, if it's already set up for her, basically. So, but that's how far of a scope of the idea is going to be. But if I do ever try to make a full game somehow with this, that's not possible but alone. So I'm not trying that, because that would be a lot of the way I'm thinking it now. It'll be too overkill. So I just rather just reduce it to like something to like, but that I specifically want to try to do with it as a portfolio than just making a game. And the best way to put your game portfolio stuff is on ArtStation, because you can say, here's this piece I did for like a character art, or here's this environment artwork I did. So yeah, right. Between 2D elements and 3D elements, sound design, storytelling, yeah. Definitely tough for one person for program stuff. Yeah, so I'm just focusing on just making a fun game toy character. That's it. And then just moving on to the next project. But I have a side project that I'm definitely working on a game, but it's in a separate group or team, and we're indie solo developing it, but it's taking time for it. So we're probably in like pre-production phase. True, some indie studies to pull off. True. That's it. So yeah, so far I'm in a over a month to just painting inside, but but for like the full 6 months I wasn't able to paint inside because I was working on senior projects for college. But I have 2 more semesters before I graduate for a sweet gaming development degree. Yeah. So, let's see. It's kind of fun. Spent 5 years making a dream game, then it flops. Oh yeah, that can happen. I mean, it took time for Cyberpunk to reformulate itself back to its what it's supposed to be. Because technically, even though it was 5 years in development, the game was not ready still, and the investors forced it to release it and stop delaying it, which causes to show the launch date. The game was like so buggy that it was memeable. But after additional 2 years or 3 years, the game got less buggy over time, so it became more of its state. But the main problem is, since they released the game not the ideal time, it hurt the market for that game. So that's still bad. I prefer the game delayed than for years, and as long as it's good and not buggy. That's true. You said I should learn that lesson. True. I mean, to be honest, if the graphics are getting more powerful, then of course it's gonna take like a Mona Lisa to make that game. However, if the art style is scoped down to a reasonable style, then I would save a lot of time in production and timing. Like, if you just have a stylized game, I mean, No Man's Sky was a stylized game, but still, it has its own flaws now. That's why the game didn't sell in the beginning, before they fixed the bug issues and stuff. So it's not only the art style possibly delay the game depending on the scope of it. It's also how that game industry was being managed on that deadline. Because if it was not managed well or scoped well, then the game will flop. Like Cyberpunk the idea was a really good game, but what's the problem with that scope was that the art style was causing the things to slow down production and causing delays. And due to the art style and people pressuring to release the game from the investors, that's what caused that downfall. But No Man's Sky, I have to look that up why they failed again, because I'm not quite sure why, but I did know they left empty promises. Same thing with Anthem 2. Oh yeah, Fallout 76 too. That was a shithole. Yeah, but I don't play Fallout, but I got I think a year or two ago Fallout 4 was free, but I didn't play with that. But I did play a lot of Skyrim. I heard No Man's Sky got better, but I remember actively watching some documentary apparently how they improved. Oh, that's cool. Because I do know of the later updates of No Man's Sky, they changed a lot of design stuff and slowly got people back in, thankfully. I heard No Man's Sky dudes redeeming themselves at some point because they worked on it non-stop, which is nice. That's true. But honestly, it is true that gamers should not trust cinematic trailers anymore, because at this point, if you want to show how for quality people are going to buy, you actually have to show the 100% gameplay in order to get people's interest, because now the consumers are getting smart and you can't just fool them with a cinematic presentation. And it's a time waster budget, to be honest, for cinematic trailers for a video game, because it has nothing to do with the core mechanics nor the game itself. It's just like a marketing ploy to get people in. Yeah, I have a Discord server, so might as well join it. Yeah. My Discord isn't active, so I've been trying to get people in there. So, yeah. Yeah, for the TV trailer, streamers, they just eat those up. Yeah. Fair Discord is whoever joins get at everyone at every stream or upload. Yeah, basically I'm just using it as a notification service at this point for that, because sometimes when I edit my live stream changes, or when I started a stream, my other live streams for the bot to announce it, just announce it like a video before the stream for YouTube, but Twitch is like there. But I don't know, I just feel like could use it for something for more than just that, because I don't know, I'm planning to think about adding Pokemon 2 to it, but Poke2 Discord. I do have it available on a different server, but not for this one, because I had there's plenty of other bots on there, and I don't want to get it like too distracting, but there's other servers that has the Poke Discord. Yeah. Yeah, I saw your personal art, Insta art. What inspired your current style, if you don't mind asking? kind of give me Phil Summer vibes. Phil Summer vibes. A lot of people have different opinions about this. Phil Summer. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I do like do some beach art too for that, but I think someone kind of have a similar interest to someone kind of. I remember this other art style. I forgot. I don't know what it was. If I remember the art style name, if I figure it out at some point, but it was a music band that had a. Oh, Gorillaz. At some point, there was one other character that I had that kind of reminded about Gorillaz, but yeah, that's someone's inspiration about that. But anywho, so what inspired me? I mean, to be honest, I did like a lot of variety of art styles, so I don't like completely making almost a similar copy to other art styles, because I do know that even though I do like some things about anime, the problem is that it's too saturated these days, and there's some things I liked about anime that I kind of peeled a little bit from it, but I only want 1% of it, and I didn't want to take the whole thing. But what I did like about other art styles that I've seen others in the past, like maybe some from Cartoon Network or some from Adult Swim or something when I was watching when I was a kid. But I do know that from other certain styles that I did like, I took every piece from it that I did like, and I just started experimenting, started combining things and stuff like that. So I was just stealing a bunch of art styles just to make my own. So I was doing a steal like an artist method, which every artist should do. Steal like an artist. And I just kept playing and fiddling around until I reached to a certain point that I liked it. And for the cross-hatching integration that I decided to do for my characters in that, which eventually that later became part of my art style, because I didn't do that much line ink or cross-hatching 3 years ago. I mean, but 2 years ago, I started integrating that because I got inspired how JoJo's Bizarre Adventure did the cross-hatching art style. Then I kind of want to integrate that with the style. Yeah, definitely for sure. Because I felt it was very dynamic and very comic-like. And I know the reason why they kind of had that originally, because it's supposed to identify shading. If you just only want to focus on black color for inking, that's its original design purposes. But I decided, nah, I want to reinvent it as like some kind of part of color style, because I do know that a lot of modern comics these days will just grab a bigger digital paint and just start using shading elements and not use simple cell shading a lot and just do that, because digital just makes things easier. But there's some aspects that I did like about some of the things that I just want to repurpose. So that's what I kind of did with cross-hatching. So, I mean, for shading from cross-hatching, it does work some areas, but I'll use a tint or a fan brush just to do the shading, because I know the cross-hatching's already doing the heavy work for the shading part. I just need something to tint over just to get that neoclassicalism touch. So I can still have that kind of shine and lighting. Right, I did learn how to paint and pen and pencil, so basically never had a smudging graphite stuff. True. Oh yeah, I moved on from graphiting to like just be so confident to only use a pen to draw, which I mastered like controlling pressure points on that, and I had like very light guidelines gestures that I could easily just hook them and then just build it up from there. So yeah, I do like doing a lot of pen sketches and traditional art. Now the question is for the cross-hatching stuff to get it to Unreal. I know there is a way to get cross-hatching to work, but it probably has some mix of cell shading and alpha textures for that. But definitely for sure, I have to manually paint the eyes and the brows to have that black, steep, paint thick line art on darker areas that I wanted to make it look like it's realistic. So there is some flaws in that, so I have to fake some of it to make it. Yeah, like a solid pack of excuse me. Hatching like 10% of opacity, cell shaded style sometimes help me with cross hatching. Yeah. That'll do help because if you're doing like cell shading and cross hatching at the same time, you have to be careful how you balance that. Because if you just do a lot of great details on both ends, it could be overuse of information. And there are certain times when I was experimenting with cross-hatching that I wish I kind of wanted to go back and just let the cross-hatching control more and did less of a cell shading process. So I had to decide which one I wanted to focus on more, so I decided to focus more on the cross-hatching stuff. So I try to avoid minimum cell shading as possible, but use a fan brush or tint just to get some kind of neoclassicalism lighting instead. Right, I think your style looks great without it. True. It could look great without the cross-hatching too, but I kind of liked it with it, so. But I do, if you can, there may be some early arts that you may find it without it. I mean, I had this art style that I had like a few years ago that was completely different. If I can find it. I mean, I'll post it on Discord or something. Or maybe I'll just share the link instead, because I have the power to do that. But I did privates on some of it. It has to do with Christella and you don't know these names because I know them, and I should say it's just two different creatures. Let's see. I have to find them real quick. I mean, here's one I did full-on pen art first. Actually, I'll share this one too. I mean, this style is just like slightly different, but it's remarkably similar to the cross-hatching stuff, but the way how I did pen, it was more pen stroke focus. So it wasn't really focused on color values at all. But it's still around. I'll show you the one out. No, I think it's private. Oh wait, no, there it is. Here's the style that I had like in 2019. Yeah, I think I forgot you like 4. Oh yeah, definitely for sure. It helps with a ton. Yeah, the cross hatching too. So I felt like the cross hatching can help with the cuteness and the horror too, because if you have more line strokes that defines the boldness and the style that I had, because I kind of like creepy and cute at the same time, so I can easily change it however I want to. So this was like in 2019. This is before I did the cross-hatching experiment and I had more cubism shapes and minimalistically, because I was just trying to figure out how I want to lay things out. From a non-artistic's eyes, I deduct this looks quite different. Yeah, definitely. The bold outline and the silhouette, I still do that. Yeah, I used to use a lot of bold outlines, but then I ended up discarding that because I kind of ended up liking pressure points better. because depending how your implied and contour lines are, I did like the concept of like if things are closer, then I'll just where I'll start bolding the lines more. But if some things are farther away, then that's what kind of skipping the lines. But the special part with when to bolding the lines is when if there's an interesting part too that you feel like they may need some bold lines, you can break that rule and just add a little bit to it. Which this does help over here, but thankfully I kind of have a dry ink brush that kind of made it easier, but I still have to be careful how I pressure my my pen when drawing these contour lines. But the dry ink brush I made for myself kind of made it a little bit easier to have it some zone out and some zone in. And especially I duplicate my layers just to make the lines more clear when it comes to art that's already constructed. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, Revolt. Hello. I can tell you were good proposing too. The second row from the fourth column over. That pose is so good. Oh, yeah, thanks. Nice flow to it and good on the eyes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I'm still gonna keep cross-hatching, so that's not gonna go away for quite a while. But who knows, my art style could change the next year or two. I mean, every art style is constantly evolving, so it may never stay the same, of course. Those who think their art style is going to remain the same is a fool, because how else is your art style is going to evolve? Or your artwork, basically. Your progression. It's like a handwriting, to be honest. Your handwriting changes all the time. Wait, third column, I mean, how did I miscount? Oh. Yeah, but I do, not only the way how I did when I do shading change, but the shape and forms too, because I ended up starting to integrate more stylized anatomy, and I did bulk up a few parts that I felt like that's interesting. I love popping into art streams though. I don't have a speed render style, so I do more of an art style. Yeah, I kind of gave up on speed painting videos because it just takes too long out of my time just to make sure the thing records and just waste a bunch of CPU power. But overall, I felt streaming just helps. It just saves a lot of time. And plus, I already have a shorts maker machine, so I don't have to go editing at all to make my shorts. I just like popping into people's streams, little beers and chatting is quite nice, yeah. Dude, I just cannot hear my head around the whole concept of blocking and shaping the blobs of the color. That was impossible for me. Yeah. Well, for me, I think when I started learning how to block things out, I did drew like some physical shapes to help me guide through what I want to make. Then I used a rough final just to combine things, connect things. But since I'm getting used to how to draw anatomy, shapes, and forms in 2D, I slowly let go of some of my training wheels for how I start building the blocks of shapes, and the rest of it ended up becoming more of a gesture form. So I basically, I just start out whenever doing guidelines, I block out the head first, then I gesture the rest. And gesturing is a good tool for thumbnail and sketching, because it should take about 2 minutes or 5 minutes before you start doing rough final. But that depends how you want to construct your art, because some people just want to do a sketch then finalize it. For me, I kind of like to do a free phase, which can I hide all of this for a second? Yeah, okay. Well, maybe not that, of course. It's a separate layer. Jeez. Sweet Jesus. Alright, so let me see if I can pull this out real quick. So I did had. Okay, I'm not changing the opacity, but I did had the it's just stuff as gestures and stuff like that. Now this I just have the head shape one with the plus sign, but I just since I'm used to it, I just like gesture the rest out and just don't worry about major details at all. So I let things go like kind of a little bit wacky and bizarre off. But when I went to the rough final, that's when I start. Okay, I kind of like did some cleanups and spent time around. Went good for 30 minutes to an hour just to clean it up before I did my final inking art. Even though some of these rough finals can look good, I try to avoid to. It looks good enough, but don't try to force myself to try to be perfect at it yet, or let my perfectionism set in yet. Because I save that to my final line art, because since everything's all set, all I have to do is just basically flip this and identify, okay, that kind of looks like distorted a little bit. Let me just redraw slightly of it, and as I re-go over this one last time to fix that proportion. And it's just like, it's a very clean way to clean your work up. But yeah, thank you for the follow, Treasure Chest. Much appreciated. Man, this stream turned out to be fun. So far, this is the longest I've ever talked in this stream. And now my voice is kind of getting dry. I think it's a good stream. But I think I should definitely end the stream like real soon. But I'm having fun so much talking to you guys. Alright. Let's see. Did I have all this? Okay, it's all shut down. Shut off. Good. Yeah. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Nah, man, your art is dope. I'll be around, yeah. Probably not healthy for me at low. I think you have a stream to do soon, Mighty Games, but if because you said you had to do something in an hour, but I'm just curious just to help you to remind you if you're still doing it. Because I've been talking for like almost 2 hours. Shit. But in a good way, Yeah, I have to get started in 5 minutes. And tell you what, if you leave, I'll end my stream. And I'll save my own healthy. And I'll take like 10 minutes to get something to drink, and I'll try to watch you on mobile. And I probably would stream tomorrow, but I probably want to focus on starting writing my script that I'm working on for another separate project, but I had to create a style sheet for something else, but I'll talk about that later if I have time. I don't want to spoil too much. Yeah, videos. Alright, bet. Alright, thanks for the chat. Bye. Alright, see ya. Alright. He ended his stream. I have to end mine. I'm gonna get something to eat for dinner. I'm probably gonna play Minecraft Pokemon. We'll see. But offline, of course, because I don't stream games anymore. But let's see. Did I get all the streams here? I want to make sure. Yeah, I did. We're good. Good. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I'm being overkill. Alright, so now I know the next thing I'll just paint over here and it should be fine. At least we got some stuff done. I think I still got a lot. Alright, I'm out. I'm gonna save my progress and leave. Alright, bye.